Good morning, everyone.
Good morning.
All right. I have heard Mr. Glover, Mr. Petty, Mr. Walls. Are you with us this morning? Mr. Franco, I see you here from assessment. Miss Banks, I heard you this morning. Any other reps on this morning?
This is Rob Lund. I'm here.
Good morning, Mr. Lund.
Sherry, this is Chuck Gilbert from City of Grandview.
Good morning, Mr. Gilbert.
Good morning, Miss Simpkins.
I'm sorry, Miss Simpkins. I was trying my best to get off of mute, but this mute button just gets stuck.
Good
But I'm
morning,
here.
Mr. Walls.
Good morning.
All right, there's a few listed in the chat with a few withdrawals, one stipulation and one reschedule. Otherwise, we are ready to go.
I have line 1 on the call, Miss Nikki Spar.
Good morning, Ms. Spar.
Hey, good morning.
We are ready to proceed with your appeal today. Will you be testifying yourself or will anyone be assisting you?
Just myself.
Okay, and do you swear or affirm that the information that you provide to the court today will be the truth?
Yes.
Okay. How this appeal will work today, ma'am, I will identify your property into the record. After I have finished doing so, I will then hand the hearing over to the Jackson County Assessment Department. They will give a presentation as to how they arrived at the value of this property. After they have completed their presentation, you will have an opportunity to speak directly to the board and advise the board what you would like for them to consider, including any repairs or conditions of the property and what you believe the property was worth on January 1st of 2025. After you have completed your presentation, please remain on the line. The board members may have some questions for you and they will ultimately vote on a final value. We are recording these proceedings today, so it is important that we not speak over each other. I am now going to identify your property into the record. This is item number 1 on today's docket, appeal number 2025-744-282, parcel identification 543-302-909, physical address 8824 Southwest 8th Street, Blue Springs, Missouri, and Lee Summit School District, and I will now hand the hearing over to the Assessment Department.
Okay, thank you. The 2025 assessment is currently at $349,800. It recently sold in 2022 the subject recently sold in 22 for $355,095. Attachment 8 is the PRC. Attachment 7 are the system comparables. System comps are all close in characteristics and support the 25 assessment. Thank you.
Thank you, Assessment. Ms. Spar, this is your opportunity to speak directly to the board. You may go ahead.
Hey, thank you. So I guess my core thing is that notice I was sent and the legislation on this. The home in MLS shows as built and listed in 2021. So I don't have a new construction in 2023. I believe that the verbiage in the document about the 15% cap applies to my home's assessment, given that. It's the MLS listing shows 2021. I added a Google Maps street view of July, July 2021. My house is one of 4 model homes that the builder of the subdivision built first in completion to, I assume, show potential buyers what they could build there in the subdivision. So, you know, these homes were built far before the rest of the subdivision. And yeah, that's pretty much it. In case there is a concern about improvement, shortly after I bought the home, I had water damage, so I had to tear out the floors and replace them. But this was just to restore it to original condition. It wasn't, they're actually worse quality floors. Yeah, so that's pretty much the gist of it. The 2022 baseline was given after the home was built. It wasn't just vacant land, and I think it's consistent with the tax commission's order for properties without new construction or improvements.
We're going to let our legal counsel give the legal opinion on that.
Okay. So, ma'am, you were referencing the 15%. You are correct that the State Tax Commission has issued an order effective May 22nd of 2025. What that order does allow this board to do, however, is to start with the assessed value of the 2022 assessment roll, add any new construction or improvements that occurred in 2022, and then calculate the 15%. After they have done that for 2022, the board then has to add any new construction or improvements that occurred in 2023 and 2024, and again do a 15% cap. So the 15% actually ends up being about 32% by the time you do the 2 cycles. And that's how the STC came up with the current assessed value of $349,800.
Okay, if I could just respond. So for the 22 to 23, I had, you know, if it was a 15% max, I had that at 37,950, and then what you're saying makes sense that there'd be another cycle. So 37,950 times 1.15 would put me at 43,642 and 50 cents.
Right, and I can help correct her on that. So this is a new construction home. It was built in 22. We actually picked up the new construction value in 23. So we have to apply the SDC order from that value because new construction was picked up. So we actually wouldn't apply it from the 22 value. It would be applied from the 23 value.
And I dispute that date of the home being built. The MLS listing that was provided, uploaded, I didn't upload that, but I mean, even it clearly states on its listing, the date is, let me just pull it up here.
I understand what you're trying to say. So when new construction happens, at some point we have to put it on the tax roll based on when the home was occupied. Since we didn't know it was occupied until 2023, we have to apply it during that tax season. We do know that it was built in 2021 or, you know, at the end of 21 towards 22. So like I said, at some point we have to pick up the new construction, and we did in 23. So the SDC order would not apply to the 22 value.
Okay, I'm not aware of the someone residing in it stipulation of that. I just know it, you know, the MLS listing shows August 26, 21. The listing itself says it's now for sale, so it's clearly built and constructed. And there was no construction in 22 or 23. It was already built.
No, I understand that. That's what I'm trying to say. Since it wasn't picked up yet, we have to pick it up at some point. And in 2023, during that reassessment year, we picked it up.
Yeah, I understand what you're saying.
Assessment, are you using a purchase price or are you using a different value for your value that you're putting on the home?
Yeah, so the assessment's within 90% to 110% of what the property sold for in 2022. So it's based on market data.
Thank you. For the
I have a
taxpayer,
question for assessment. Why, in looking at the comps in dollars per square foot, this kind of exceeds that, even the highest dollar per square foot. So I'm asking, how did we get to 349,800 as a market value?
It sold for 355. We're at 349. That's the best market data you could have.
Well, the comps you provided don't support that in
Well, the
dollars per
system,
square foot.
right, the system's going to pull comps based on characteristics. But at the end of the day, the property sold in 22 for 355, and that's still more than the current assessment. That's the best market data you could have.
are there any additional questions for the taxpayer or assessment?
I don't believe so. I was trying to look. I'm fairly certain that I paid a property tax on that lower amount that first year I moved in, 22. I don't know if that's material or not, but I mean, I was paying taxes on that number owning this home.
So in 22, it was a land only value. We had not applied the improvement value to the property until 23, which is when
Yeah, I understand that.
picked up the new construction. So you want to
Correct.
pay
I
on,
understand.
I'm just trying to be clear.
I
So
understand
you want to pay on land only values, what you're trying to do in 2025.
that's not what I've said. I understand what you're saying and what your position is, but I'm going by the letter of what I was sent and what I'm reading here of my options here. So I'm just advocating for myself based on the verbiage stated to me and the facts provided. And my monthly payment increased quite a bit by adding a zero without notice to my assessed value. So it's, if it was land only, it's not my fault. The house was here. I bought the house. I lived in the house. I'm a first-time homeowner. I'm single. I pay for it by myself.
So at some point, ma'am, this new construction value has to be picked up. If we put it back to a land only value 5 years after it's sold, I mean, we're just backtracking. That's why I'm trying to explain to you, we picked up the new construction in 23 already. So the SDC order would not apply from the 22 value. It states that in the SDC order.
Right. I disagree on the definition you're using for new construction, though. The construction was not new just because you picked it up finally. It was already completed mid-2021. There was no actual new construction. I understand you picked it up then, but...
No. I don't think you fully understand. So until we know it's occupied, we would not apply the new construction value. We didn't know until 22 when it was sold. So we can't technically apply the new construction until the next assessment, which was in 23. That's when we applied it. So I understand that it was built maybe a year and a half before, but we have to put it on the tax rolls at some point. by law what we're supposed to do. And in your case, we picked it up in 2023.
Mr.
Yeah, I
Chairman?
understand your position.
Mr.
Yes,
Chairman,
Mr. Glover.
it might move things along if our counsel, in light of her recent opinion in the statute, could make a comment on this.
Well, I can tell you that the legal position of this is to follow the STC order, which does indicate that construction is to be picked up when it is completed. That is what Mr. Franco is indicating, is that construction on this property, even if it was completed in 2022, was not able to be picked up until 2023, and it has to be picked up sometime. So if it was assessed in 2023, we now then follow the STC order for the 15% for 2025.
Right, but the issue is, has it been picked up in accordance with section 137.073.4 parentheses? It might, and your answer is yes on that?
I do believe that Mr. Franco and assessment have demonstrated this would be the first time pursuant to that statute that the new construction would be picked up.
Okay.
And could our legal counsel also advise the board on what value we should, if we should be looking at the purchase price or the 2025 STC calculated value?
Well, it is outside the STC order because we are talking about new construction. I think that's a judgment call for the board. I believe that the sale value was 340, 350, and then we're looking at a 349 STC value. I don't think there's much difference.
Okay. All right, thank you. Okay, for the taxpayer, the board is going to be discussing your property out loud in a moment, and it's just going to be board members talking to board members. And at that point, we're not looking for any additional help from anyone outside of the board. Also, if you disagree with whatever our opinion of value is, you will have the right to appeal it to the STC. So if you don't mind waiting while we discuss your property, please.
No problem. Thank you.
Okay. To the board members, does anyone have a value they'd like to put on the table for consideration?
Mr. Chairman, I put the 349,800 on the table.
Okay, 340.
I'd agree with that.
I
Okay.
agree with that also.
Okay. And if I could, the taxpayer did mention that she had some water damage and she had to, right after the purchase, and had to replace, I think it was some damaged floors. If the taxpayer could please tell the board, how much did it cost you to repair that water damage, and if there was any insurance involvement?
It was roughly 10,000 with ServPro and then the materials and install. And there was no insurance claim. My insurance agent told me I'd probably get kicked off if I filed a claim so soon.
Okay, thank you for that. And I guess back to the board, I would ask, with that in mind, does that change anyone's opinion of value?
I could come down, Mr. Chair.
Okay, what value would you come down to?
Well, I'd like to know how much out of pocket she was if she said to the taxpayer, I'm sorry. You said ServPro, it was 10,000. Is that how much it cost you, Em?
Yes, so between ServPro to rip out the floors and mold remediation, and then at Nebraska Furniture for the materials and install, it was roughly 10,000. I can try to find receipts, but I don't know if I can on right
That's
now.
all right.
Mr. Chair, I'm gonna put 330 out there on the table.
Okay, thank you, Ms. Walls. So we have 330 and 349, 800. Any other values?
I'm going to go to taking the 10,000 off of the 349.8 and just go to a straight 339.
I can
Okay.
support that.
And I'll support that.
And I'll come up to that.
That's fine.
Okay, we have a value of $339,000 for this parcel. All in favor? Aye.
I
Aye.
Aye.
Thank you. I have those votes recorded. Ms. Spar, the decision of the board today is a new value on this property in the amount of $339,000. You will receive that decision in the mail from their office within the next couple of weeks, along with instructions on how to appeal to the State Tax Commission at that time if you wish to do so. If you have already paid your current assessed value on this property for 2025 in the higher amount, you are entitled to a refund. We have been advised that the Jackson County Collections Department will start issuing refunds and processing them this month. And that is the Jackson County Collections Department. And that does conclude your hearing today, ma'am.
Thank you all for your time. I appreciate it.
Thank you. Have a good day.
You too. Bye. First.
I have line 3 on the phone, Ms. Starford.
Good morning, Ms. Starforth.
Good morning. How are you?
I'm good today. How are you, ma'am?
I'm doing fine. Thanks for asking.
We are ready to proceed with your appeal today. Will you be testifying yourself or will anyone be assisting you?
Myself.
Okay, and do you swear or affirm that the information you provide to the board today will be the truth?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, how this appeal will work today, ma'am, I will identify your property into the record. After I have finished doing so, I will then hand the hearing over to the Jackson County Assessment Department. They will give a presentation as to how they arrived at the value of your property. After they have completed their presentation, you will have an opportunity to speak directly to the board and advise the board what you would like for them to consider, including any repairs or conditions of the property and what you believe the property was worth on January 1st of 2025. After you've completed your presentation, please remain on the line. The board members may have some questions for you and they will ultimately vote on a final value. We are recording these proceedings today, so it is important that we not speak over each other. I am now going to identify your property into the record. This is item number 3 on today's docket, appeal number 2025-004-5262, parcel identification 671-400-208, physical address 6708 East 135th Street, Grandview, Missouri, Grandview School District, and I will now hand the hearing over to the Assessment Department.
Thank you. Thank you. The 2025 assessment is currently at $138,000. The 2023 BOE decision was $120,000. Attachment 13 is the PRC. Attachment 14 are the system comparables. System comps are all close in size, age, and grade. The comps that also have finished basement were considered the best comps and most reflective of the market value. These sale prices all exceed the 25 assessment, and therefore our recommendation is a no change at $138,000 based on the subject's average condition. Thank you.
Thank you, Assessment. Mrs. Starforth, this is your opportunity to speak directly to the board. You may go ahead.
Yes, I just want to say that there's been no improvements or anything done to my property. The property value has not increased, and they corrected the assessment for 2023, and I feel that it should be corrected for 2025. Sorry about that. So anyway, sorry, I haven't been up very long. Anyway, basically, there is no way that our property has increased in value that much in 2 years. And I stand on the fact that it needs to be lowered back down to the 120,000.
Is there any issues with your home that you could tell the board about that could affect the value of your home?
What do you mean issues? Like the roof needs replaced, and it's got like the original kitchen, the original bathroom. So yeah, there's things that need to be improved, but we're both on disability and retired. So that's not happening. And also no one has been in the house to do like I can't think of words this morning. I apologize. It's the menopause taking effect. Yeah, they said they did an appraisal. That's the word. I apologize. They did an appraisal, but no one has come in or anything to do an appraisal as far as the inside is concerned. So there hasn't been any improvements to the property since the last appraisal.
Okay, you mentioned the roof. Has anyone given you an estimate on what it's going to cost to repair or replace your roof?
No, we haven't even checked into it because we don't have the money to afford that. Also, we have several rooms that have windows that are as old as the house is, and those also need to be replaced. So, yeah, there's no way that our property could be worth that much.
Could you please tell the board how many bedrooms and bathrooms do you have?
3 bedrooms and 2.5 baths.
Is your basement finished or unfinished?
It's finished.
Do you know about how many square feet of finished area you have?
I don't.
Is it more than half the basement is finished?
Yeah.
Okay. Your furnace and air conditioning, when's the last time you replaced them?
I'm going to say 5 years ago. They are fairly new. Not new, but I would have to look at my paperwork to see when we got them, but they're not original. We had to do that. Probably, I'm going to say 6 years ago, maybe.
Okay, thank you. On your floors, do you have carpet, hardwood, or tile, or what do you have on your for floor covering?
We have some carpet and some hardwood.
In what condition would you say your floors are in?
Average. I mean, they need refinished. The hardwood needs refinished. The tile needs new grout. The carpet has been here for as long as we've been here, so.
And overall, if I was to ask you if your home was in excellent, poor, fair, average, or good condition, what condition would you say your home is in overall?
Fair. Fair.
Okay, thank you for those answers. Someone else from the board may have some questions for you, or you may hear some silence. If you do hear silence, we're still here. We're just looking at the evidence, so please bear with us while we review the evidence.
Thank you. Miss Kitty, come here.
Mr. Chair, this is Chuck Gilbert. I'm sorry for the interruption. My computer glitched and I'm just rejoining the meeting now.
Okay, Mr. Gilbert, we're on number 3.
Yeah, the
which
last
is-
thing I heard the taxpayer say was that the hardwood floors needed some refinishing and the tile needed new grout.
And that was pretty much kind of where we stopped. Right now, we're just looking at the evidence and getting ready to get back into it in a second.
Okay, great. Thank you.
A question for the taxpayer. Did the home next door to yours, when it was on the market for sale, did you get an opportunity to go in and look at it and compare it to your house?
No. Which side?
The one on your west side.
I have been in that house next to ours, but the people that purchased that house, I mean, there is a tree laying on the sidewalk. They are not taking care of the property. And are you asking me if it's in better shape or worse shape?
Just compared to your home, and you mentioned that yours hadn't had any updates in the condition of your floors and everything. I was just relative to it sold for $185,000. I was just trying to get an idea. What did you think of that home compared to your home?
Well, they have had improvements on that home. The guy that lives there now has kind of destroyed it, but it was in excellent shape before he moved in. The people before him had updates and stuff to the home. Right now, I don't think it would sell for anywhere near that with the new owner in there.
But you're saying it was in much better shape than your home?
When it sold, the people that lived there then had a lot of not additions, but they did a lot of improvements and stuff. So yes, it is in much better shape. Was in much better shape than ours before this guy took over.
Okay. All right. Thank you for that.
Yeah, he's trashed it. But when it sold, it was in much better shape.
Okay. To the board members, does anyone else have any questions for the taxpayer or assessment?
I don't, Mr. Chair.
For the taxpayer, is there anything else that you would like to tell the board about your home that could affect the value of your home?
It could affect the buying of our home. Is that what you said?
The value.
Oh, the neighborhood, for one. The neighborhood has really gone downhill.
Okay, thank you for that. In a moment, you're going to hear the board members discussing your property out loud. It's just going to be board members talking to board members. And once we start, we're not looking for any additional input from anyone outside of the board. So please bear with us while we discuss your property.
Thank you.
To our Grandview reps, does anyone have a value they'd like to put on the table for discussion?
Mr. Chair, this is Chuck Gilbert. I'm fine with a no change in value at the 138.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Gilbert. And do we have anyone else from Grandview on the line?
I have not heard Miss Winston check in, so I don't believe she's with us this morning.
Okay, thank you. To the other board members, does anyone have a value they'd like to put on the table for discussion? Okay, hearing no other values. We're going to take a vote on a value of $138,000 for this parcel. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Thank you. I have those votes recorded. Ms. Starworth, the decision of the board today is to maintain your current assessed value on this property at $138,000. You will receive that decision in the mail from our office within the next couple of weeks. It will also have information in there about how you can appeal to the State Tax Commission at that time if you wish to do so. And that does conclude your hearing today, ma'am.
Okay, thank you so much for your time.
Thank you and have a good day.
You too. Bye-bye. I have line 5 on the phone, Mr. Houston.
Good morning.
Good morning, Mr. Houston. We are ready to proceed with your appeal today. Will you be testifying yourself or will anyone be assisting you?
I will be testifying myself.
Okay, and do you swear or affirm that the information you provide to the board today will be the truth?
Yes.
Okay, how this appeal will work today, sir, I will identify your property into the record. After I have finished doing so, I will then hand the hearing over to the Jackson County Assessment Department. They will give a presentation as to how they arrived at the value of your property. After they have completed their presentation, you will have an opportunity to speak directly to the board and advise the board what you would like for them to consider, including any repairs or conditions of the property and what you believe the property was worth on January 1st of 2025. After you have completed your presentation, please remain on the line. The board members may have some questions for you and they will ultimately vote on a final value. We are recording these proceedings today, so it is important that we not speak over each other. I am now going to identify into the record information about your property. This is item number 5 on today's docket, appeal number 2025-754-298, parcel identification 647-320-238, physical address 5944 East 129th Street, Grandview, Missouri, Grandview School District, and I will now hand the hearing over to the Assessment Department.
All right, thank you. The 2025 assessment is currently at $103,150. Attachment 5 is the PRC. Attachment 6 and 7 are the comparables. System and MLS comps are all close in characteristics and located in the same subdivision. All comps support the low end of the market based on the subject's average condition. Our recommendation is no change at $103,150.
Thank you, Assessment. Mr. Houston, this is your opportunity to speak directly to the board. You may go ahead.
Okay. If I heard him correctly, that was $103,000 that it assessed for.
That's correct.
Okay. I would like to say because of the some of the needed repairs and improvements with the property, I thought the assessment to 5944 East 129th Street should be around $85,000, between $80,000 and $85,000 assessment.
Could you please tell the board what are some of the repairs and improvements that the property need?
The carport is in disarray, just needing some improvements, some painting and carpentry work. The interior, the electrical service needs to be upgraded, and we have some windows around the doors, and windows are needing to be weatherized and improved, sealed, and interior. Some of the mechanicals are in need of repair. That would be the hot water and some plumbing as well.
And could you tell us, have you had someone come out and tell you what's going on with your hot water tank?
Yes, I had a plumber come out and assess it. He said that the age of it needs to be changed to a more efficient hot water tank installed, and he noted that some of the plumbing that was attached to it and throughout the unit. It needed to be with the calcium buildup in some of the copper lines. We would suggest replacing some of those as well.
So does your hot water get hot, or?
The flow, the pressure, the water pressure is kind of low. It gets hot, but like the pressure of it, as it doesn't have the impact on the pressure.
And how much did they say a hot water tank was going to cost you?
It's about 1,700.
Okay, do you have a homeowners association there?
We do.
And they don't cover the carport?
No, they don't.
Okay. And what's happening with the sump pump?
I'm sorry.
You said something about the sump pump had issues.
No. Well, no, the pressure of the water. I think the sump pump is no issue with the sump.
Okay, so you have a finished basement in your townhome?
No, partially finished.
What do you have on your floors? Do you have carpet, tile, hardwood? What's on the floors?
Hardwood and carpet.
And what's the condition of your floor covering?
Worn. It needs to be replaced with the carpet.
Okay, your furnace and air conditioning unit. Do you know about what's the age of the units?
Those have fairly been replaced now, so probably about 5-6 years. Within the last 5 or 6 years.
Okay, thank you for those answers. Someone else on the board may have some questions for you or assessment, or you may hear silence. If you do hear silence, we're still here. We're just looking at the evidence. And so please bear with us while we review the evidence.
Okay.
Mr. Houston,
Yeah.
are you the owner of RTR and Associates LLC?
Yes.
Okay. And you acquired the property in 2012 originally, yes?
I believe so. Yes.
Okay, thank you.
Question for the taxpayer. How many bedrooms and bathrooms do you have?
There's 3 bedrooms and two baths, 2.5 baths.
Okay, thank you. To the board members, does anyone else have any questions for the taxpayer or assessment?
I don't.
I do not.
For the taxpayer, excuse me, is there anything else about your home that you haven't already told the board that you would like to tell the board that could affect the value of your home?
Excuse me. I would just say the need, excuse me, I'm sorry, for some of the fixtures. I'm hoping because of that, which increases my cost of the energy and amount of water and different things that are being used. We're hoping to try to update those things here in the near future.
Okay, thank you for that. As far as the, excuse me, as far as those fixtures, do you have an estimate on the cost for those fixtures in order to increase your, I guess, your energy efficiency?
Updating the kitchen, the bathrooms, we're looking at about $3,500.
Okay, thank you for that. In a moment, you're going to hear the board members discussing your property out loud. It's just going to be board members talking to board members. And once we start, we're not looking for any additional input from anyone outside of the board. And so please bear with us while we discuss your property.
Okay.
To the board members, does anyone have a value they'd like to put on the table for discussion?
Mr. Chair, this is Chuck Gilbert. I am fine with a no change from the currently assessed value of $103,150.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Gilbert. Any other values anyone would like to put on the table? Okay, I'm going to put a value of 95,000 and be a little bit lower.
You know, Mr. Chairman, that the last attachment shows 2 properties at 90, one at 90,000, one at 97,000. So I was heading towards the 95 figure.
Okay, thank you.
So would there be any reconciliation between?
I'll agree with the 95.
I can go with 95.
Okay, we have a new value in the amount of $95,000 for this parcel. All in favor? Aye.
Aye.
Thank you. I have those votes recorded. Mr. Houston, the decision of the board today is a new value on this property in the amount of $95,000. You will receive that decision in the mail from their office within the next couple of weeks. If you have already paid your 2025 taxes based upon your higher assessed value, you are subject to a refund from the Jackson County Collections Department. We have been advised that they will start processing refunds this month. Again, that is the Jackson County Collections Department. And that does conclude your hearing today, sir.
Thank you.
Thank you and have a good day.
All right, you too. You guys too.
I have lines 6 and 7 on the call. Mr. Michael Renfro.
Good morning, Mr. Renfro.
Hey, good morning.
We are ready to proceed with your appeals today. Will you be testifying yourself or will anyone be assisting you?
No, I'd be by myself.
Okay, and do you swear or affirm that the information you provide to the board today will be the truth?
Yes.
Okay, how these appeals will work today, sir, I will identify your property into the record. After I have finished doing so, I will then hand the hearing over to the Jackson County Assessment Department. They will give a presentation as to how they arrived at the value of your property. After they have completed their presentation, you will be given an opportunity to speak directly to the board and advise the board what you would like for them to consider, including any repairs or conditions of the property and what you believe the property was worth on January 1st of 2025. After you have completed your presentation, please remain on the line. The board members may have some questions for you and they will ultimately vote on a final value. We are recording these proceedings today, so it is important that we not speak over each other. I am now going to identify your first property into the record. This is item number 6 on today's docket, appeal number 2025-753-811, parcel identification 671-301-524, physical address 13728 Belmont Avenue, Grandview, Missouri, Grandview School District, and I will now hand the hearing over to assessment.
Do you have any more?
All right,
Yeah,
thank you.
I've got 2 more.
The 2025 assessment is currently at 133,000.
3 away. One guy's got.
Mr. Line, can you mute, please?
The 2025 assessment is currently at $133,570. Attachment 4 is the PRC. The subject is a 1-story home built in 1942. Has 1,740 square feet, no basement, 4 bedrooms, 1.5 bathroom. It is in fair condition, located on 3.13 acres with no ag use. There is an outbuilding value for a detached garage and a shed as well. Attachment 5 are the system comps. So comp 1 is the only comparable that's closest in characteristics, since it does not have a basement, but lacks the extra square footage and acreage the subject has, yet still sold for more than the assessment. Attachment 6 are my additional comps. Additional review of the market showed very limited vacant lot sales, but one comp within a 1.2 mile sold for $32,000 per acre. I chose the largest comps that also did not have basements, but these comps lack the acreage and outbuilding values that the subject has. 2025 assessment is undervalued in this current market area after considering the subject's additional characteristics. My recommendation is no change at the SDC order value.
Thank you, assessment. Mr. Renfro, this is your opportunity to speak directly to the board about this property. You may go ahead.
Yes, I still think you're still overvalued, but whatever. But what I was basing my appeal on was what I saw was 140 some thousand value, and it looks like it dropped to 10,000. But we go back to 2024, 182,000. Why was it such a high value back then?
That was based on market. This value is based on an SDC order.
Okay, all right. So we're going up, what, 15% over, what, 4 years? Or 7.5% roughly per year? Is that what you're averaging?
I think that's a question for assessment.
What's that?
Our values are based on the SDC order.
Okay, and what is STC?
So the SDC order makes us base our value off the 2022 assessment. It's 15% on top of that. That is our base value. And then we can add on another 15% from that value unless it has a new construction value. So that is the methodology of the SDC order.
Okay, all right. We can go with that then. Okay, so I see there really is no appeal for that then, if that's what's going on.
You can still give condition of the property. I'm sure the board would like to hear that.
Condition of the property, it's not the greatest. I mean, it's had a little paint, little siding put on it to help it, but it's still an old house. There's no increase in value. It would still take a lot to get it up to a value to increase the value of the house.
Could you please tell the board, what do you think you could have sold your home for on the 1st of January 2025?
Probably 110 to 120,000.
Could you please verify how many bedrooms, bathrooms do you have?
There's just one bathroom, and I think there's 3 bedrooms, and then just the rest of it's just storage space.
And do you have a basement in your home?
No, well, there's just a little spot where the goes down where the sewer and water comes in the house. It's like a 8 by 8, 10 by 10, something like that.
Okay. And when's the last time your kitchen and bathrooms were updated?
That would have probably been at least, gosh, 20 years ago when we bought it.
Would you happen to know the age of your furnace and air conditioner unit?
It's probably about 14, 15 years old.
And what about the age of your roof?
That's about 6 years, 7 years old.
What do you have on your floors? Do you have carpet, hardwood, tile? What's on your floors?
It's concrete.
Concrete floors?
Yeah, just painted concrete.
And what's the condition of that concrete?
There's some cracking that's been filled in with some crack filler and just ground off.
Okay, thank you for
There
those
is a little-
answers.
Okay, there is a little hardwood in the back, in a couple of bedrooms. So, and then they use throw rugs.
Okay, thank you for that.
Uh-huh.
Someone else from the board may have some questions for you or assessment, or you may hear silence. If you do hear silence, we're still here. We're just looking at the evidence. So please
Okay.
bear with us. All right, thank
All
you.
right.
Mr. Renfro, is this your primary residence?
No,
Is it,
my son lives there.
okay. And do you charge him rent?
No.
Okay, thank you.
For the board members, are there any additional questions for the taxpayer or assessment?
No, sir.
For the taxpayer, is there anything else that you haven't already told us about your home that you would like to tell the board that could affect the value of your home?
No, I don't think there is that I can think of.
In a moment, you're going to hear the board members discussing your property out loud, and it's just going to be board members talking to board members. And once we start, we're not looking for any additional input from anyone outside of the board. So if you could please bear with us while we discuss your property.
Sure.
To the board members, does anyone have a value they'd like to put on the table for discussion?
Mr. Chair, this is Chuck Gilbert. I'm fine with the assessed value of 133,570.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Gilbert. And I'm going to put a value out there of 126,000. Any other values?
I'll agree with the 126, Mr. Chair.
Mr. Chair, I'm
Okay.
willing to go down to 126,000.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Gilbert. We have a value of $126,000 for this parcel. All in favor? Aye.
Aye.
Thank you. I have those votes recorded. Mr. Renfro's next appeal is item 7 on today's docket. It is appellate number 2025-753-753, parcel identification 683-200-213, physical address 13118 Sycamore Avenue, Grandview, Missouri, Grandview School District. I will now hand the hearing back to assessment.
Thank you. The 2025 assessment is currently at $115,050. Attachment 5 is the PRC, and attachment 4 is the system comparables. System comps 1, 3, and 5 best reflect the subject's characteristics since they are closest in size. These comps also suggest the 2025 assessment is undervalued. Assessment's recommendation is the SDC order value at a no change. Thank you.
Thank you, assessment. Mr. Renfro, this is your opportunity to speak to the board about this property. You may go ahead.
Okay, as looking comparables to the values of the homes on my street, we have 13113 Sycamore. It's valued, it went down from 106,230 to 97,860, same square footage. We've got 13119, same square footage, 912 square foot. It's 76,700. And we got 13127, 912 feet, which is $107,120. And then we've got 13141 with 1,008 square feet, and it's valued at $93,890. So these houses are the same comparable as far as square footage, but they're much less. So I think this house should be in probably the 80s to 90,000 value range.
A question for the taxpayer. The homes that you're talking about, are they actual sales or they're assessed values of other properties?
Assessed value from off of the parcel viewer.
Okay, could our legal counsel tell the taxpayer about assessed values of other properties?
Good morning, sir. So pursuant to Missouri statutes, the Board of Equalization can only consider sales of other properties. They are not allowed to consider assessments of other properties.
Mm-hmm. Well, I don't know if any of these houses have sold, except for, I think it was one, and I don't know what it sold for, but I have no idea if any of these houses sold and what they sold for.
For the taxpayer, could you please tell the board, what do you think your home could have sold for on January the 1st, 2025?
Probably between 95 and 100.
And how many bedrooms, bathrooms are in this home?
There's 3 bedrooms, bath and a half.
And is this your primary residence or is this a rental property?
Primary, yeah, primary residence.
Do you have a basement in this one?
Yes.
Is it finished or unfinished?
It's about half finished.
What type of rooms do you have in the basement?
Just storage rooms.
And what do you have on your for floor covering Do you have carpet, hardwood?
It's kind of a
Tile.
composite. It's a composite because we get water leakage and we had to put it up on these grids that have things to keep it off the floor. So it's just kind of a composite.
Okay, and what do you have upstairs?
Upstairs is carpet.
And what would you say is the condition of your carpet?
It's 20 years old. It's not in good shape. Needs to be replaced.
And how old is your furnace and air conditioner unit?
Furnace is about 17 years old. Air conditioner is about 12 years old.
And what would you say is the age of your roof?
It's 17 years old.
When's the last time your kitchen and bathroom were updated?
30 years ago.
Okay, thank you for those answers. Someone
Okay.
else may have some questions for you or assessment, or you may hear silence again. If you do hear silence, we're still here, just looking at the
Okay.
evidence. All right, thank you. To the board members, are there any additional questions for the taxpayer or assessment?
Mr. Chair, this is Chuck Gilbert. A question for assessment. Is there a attachment showing the distance between the comparable sales analysis homes that are used and the subject property? I'm not seeing anything on, I think it's attachment 5 or 6.
So on attachment 4, it'll show the physical distance at the very bottom next to comparability. And then it shows you the distance. So the closest one would be comp
Oh,
3.
physical distance. I see it. Thank you.
Yeah.
Are there any additional questions for the taxpayer or assessment?
No, sir.
Okay, for the taxpayer, is there anything else about this home that you haven't already told the board that you would like to tell the board that could affect the value of your home?
Mm. Other than just some foundation issues, cracks.
Have you had anyone give you an estimate on what it's going to cost to cure those cracks?
No, I haven't.
Okay, thank you for that. Okay, in a moment, you're going to hear the board members discussing your property out loud, and it's just going to be board members talking to board members. So please
Okay.
bear with us. To the board members, does anyone have a value they'd like to put on the table for discussion? For this one here, I'm going to put a no change value of $115,050 on the table for discussion.
Mr. Chair, I would agree with that value.
I'm good with that value.
Okay, thank you. We have a value of $115,050 for this parcel. All in favor? Aye.
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 Thank you. I have those votes recorded. Mr. Renfro, the decision of the board today on both of your properties. On the first property, the board has assigned a new value of $126,000. On the second property, the board maintained your current assessed value at $115,050. You will receive both of these decisions in the mail from their office within the next couple of weeks. It will have instructions on how you can appeal to the State Tax Commission at that time if you wish to do so. If you have already paid your taxes on the first property, which was assessed at a lower value, you are entitled to a refund for an overpayment. We have been advised by the Jackson County Collections Department that they will start processing refunds this month. And that is the Jackson County Collections Department. And that does conclude your hearing today, sir.
All right, thank you.
Hey, Mr. Chair, I'm sorry. Give me that value again for that one.
Yeah, that was a no change value of $115,050.
Okay, yeah, got it. Appreciate you.
No problem.
All right, Mr. Chair, we have touched base with all of the 8:30s this morning. We will have 3 voicemails to clean up on our 10:30.
Okay, so you want to come back at, say, 10:20?
That's fine.
All right, see you at 10:20.
Great, thank you.
Okay.
Okay, welcome back, everyone.
Welcome back.
Mr. Chair, we have 3 voicemails from this morning, if you are ready.
I'm ready.
All right. The first one is line 2. It was an invalid phone number. Looks like we looked for some phone numbers. This is appeal number 2025-753-818, parcel identification 543-302-317, physical address 612 Southwest Lakeside Court, Blue Springs, Missouri, and Lee Summit School District. Assessment?
Assessment recommends the current value of $432,450.
We have a value of $432,450 for this parcel. All in favor? Aye.
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 Thank you. I have those votes recorded. Our next item is item 4 on today's docket, appeal number 2025-743-403, parcel identification 639-302-005, physical address 8001 East 130th Court, Grandview, Missouri, Grandview School District. Assessment?
Assessment recommends a reduction to $139,000.
We have a reduction in value down to $139,000 for this parcel. All in favor? Aye.
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 Thank you. I have those votes recorded. And our last item is item 9 on today's docket, appeal number 2025-750-009, parcel identification 707-301-517, physical address 2224 Michaela Lane, Greenwood, Missouri, Lee Summit School District. Assessment?
Assessment recommends the current value of $367,650.
We have a value of $367,650 for this parcel. All in favor? Aye.
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 Thank you. I have those votes recorded as well. And that does bring us current to our 10:30 docket.
I'm sorry,
Excuse me,
repeat 2
moment.
again.
This is Chuck Gilbert. What was the disposition of agenda item 8?
Okay, Mr. Walls, number 2 that you asked about is 432-450.
Oh, it wasn't no change. Okay, 432.
Okay. And Mr. Gilbert, number 8 was requested a reschedule.
Great. All right. Well, that's the last of the Grandview property, so I'll be signing off. Have a good day, all. And
Thank you, Mr. Gilbert.
Talk on Friday.
All right, take it easy.
Mr. Chair, go ahead, Jake.
I have line 12 on the phone, Mr. Sullivan.
Okay. Good morning, Mr. Sullivan.
Good morning. How are you doing?
I'm good. Okay, although I think it's afternoon already. How are you doing today?
It's been one of those weeks. It's about the same for me. So.
It has. We are ready to proceed with your appeal today. Will you be testifying yourself, or will anyone be assisting you?
It's just me shooting for it.
Okay. And do you swear or affirm that the information you provide to the board today will be the truth?
Yes.
Okay. How this appeal will work today, sir, I will identify your property into the record. After I have finished doing so, I will then hand the hearing over to the Jackson County Assessment Department. They will give a presentation as to how they arrived at the value of your property. After they have completed their presentation, you will have an opportunity to speak directly to the board and advise the board what you would like for them to see, including any repairs or conditions of the property, as well as what you believe the property was worth on January 1st of 2025. After you have completed your presentation, please remain on the line. The board members may have some questions for you, and they will ultimately vote on a final value. We are recording these proceedings today, so it is important that we not speak over each other. I am now going to identify your property into the record. This is item number 12 on today's docket, appeal number 2025-747-096, Parcel identification 475-102-315. Physical address 401 East 70th Street, Kansas City, Missouri, Kansas City School District. And this appeal does have both classification and discrimination request. And I will now hand the hearing over to assessment.
And sorry to interrupt. Can I just tell you that it's 70th Terrace and not 70th Street?
Oh, thank you. And that is correct. It is 401 East 70th Terrace. Go ahead, assessment.
Okay.
Okay. Thank you. The 2025 assessment is currently at $331,650. Attachment 15 is the PRC, and attachment 16 are the system comparables. System comps are all close in size, age, and grade, with sale prices that support the 25 assessment. The 25 assessment is $1 per square foot. My recommendation is a no change at $331,650.
Thank you, assessment. Mr. Sullivan, this is your opportunity to speak directly to the board. You may go ahead.
Hi, good morning, board. Obviously, I'm not a lawyer or a realtor or have anything of that kind of background, but based upon what's been relevant in the news with Frank White and the crazy personal property taxes that have gone soaring over the past, I don't know, 5 or 6 years. We all know what we're talking about, and there's no need to sugarcoat it. I just wanted to hopefully meet somewhere in the middle. Obviously, with time, obviously, personal property value increases, but I just wanted to know if you had the 2023 amount that it was for, and I believe we're no longer allowed to do more than 15% than what it was up to 2023. Is that correct? Is that what was signed in?
So, sir, the State Tax Commission order allows the assessment department to take the 2022 value and do the 15% attachment. Then they are also required to do the same 15% in the 2023-24 value, which you're appearing on today.
Okay, so it was no more than a 15%. Is that correct?
It's 15% every cycle. So you've had 15% in 2023 and you have 15% in 2025. So it's 15% every cycle cumulative.
Okay, I understand that. Did you guys have the 2023 value available on hand by any chance?
Yes, it was 306,000.
Okay, 306,000. So I guess what, 306 times 0.15? Sorry, trying to run. So like legally you guys can't increase it more than 15%. That's all I wanted to know. That's right, correct, based off 2023?
Yes, it's actually lower than the SDC ending.
Perfect. Yeah. Well, that was my biggest thing, was just making sure that was the amount. So obviously I'm not going to contest anything more with you guys and take up your time. So if we're at or below the 15%, then I don't have much of a fight on my hands. So on to the next case, I guess.
I guess for the board and for assessment, in the appeals case file, there looks like someone from assessment had a value of 311,650 offered as a stip.
Yeah, that'd be phenomenal.
Yeah, we'll stick to it.
Thank you for working with me on this.
It's for the taxpayer, so you're in agreement with the $311,650?
Yes, 311,650.
Yes.
I'm in agreement, yes, sir.
Okay, thank you. We have an agreement between the taxpayer and assessment for reduced value down to $311,650 for this parcel. All in favor? Aye.
Aye.
And this appeal does have both a classification and discrimination request.
And for the taxpayer, when you filed your appeal, you check the box classification and discrimination, and often that box is checked in error by taxpayers. Did you have documentation to support a discrimination? And did you also think your property should be something other than residential?
No, sir, I believe that was an error. My home is residential.
Okay. And no documentation to support a discrimination filing?
No discrimination, sir.
Okay. Would you like to withdraw both those classification and discrimination filings?
I believe so.
Is Kalia Baker going to be here, Ms. Simpkins?
She is not, Your Honor. We've spoken this morning. I did send her the WebEx invite, but she texted me about 10 o'clock and said she did not feel comfortable appearing today and gave me permission to appear for her.
You're not muted, Sherry.
Okay, what we're going to do is we're going to take a vote to deny both your classification and the discrimination filing due to lack of documentation to support it. All in favor of denial of the discrimination filing due to lack of documentation? Aye.
Aye.
And as far as classification, the property is currently identified properly as residential. So we're going to take a vote to deny classification change. All in favor of denial? Aye. And for the taxpayer, within the next 30 days, you should receive some documentation regarding this hearing today. And it also includes your rights to appeal our decision to the SDC if you'd like to. And if there's no other questions from you, then that concludes your hearing for today.
Okay, that's received and understood. Thank you, and you guys have a good day.
All right, you too. Thank you.
Bye.
I have Miss Arleta Smith on the phone. She is our line 15 and 16.
Good morning, Miss Smith. Are you ready to proceed with your appeals today?
I am. I would like to know who I'm speaking with today.
My name is Anthony Mitz. I am the Deputy Director for the Board of Equalization. The board itself is also here with us, as well as city and school reps for your taxing jurisdictions.
I see. And are there 3, 4, 5? How many of you are there?
There are, I believe, five total.
Okay.
There's 3 permanent board members.
Will their names be listed anywhere?
The 3 permanent board members' names will be listed on the decision letter that you receive after your hearing.
Okay, but not
They're also available
the other guys
online.
All right, all of them. Okay, thank you very much. Let's go.
All right. So the way we're going to proceed is I will read some information about your first appeal into the record, and then I will turn it over to the assessment department. They're going to go ahead and give a presentation on how they arrived at the value of your property. When they are concluded, then it'll be your opportunity to speak directly to the board and let them know about any conditions or information that you feel would affect the value of your property. We do ask that we try not to speak over each other as we are recording these proceedings, and we need to get a good recording. So just please allow the assessment department to finish their presentation, and you'll be able to ask any questions or clarify any information after they're done. And with that, I'm going to, do you swear or affirm that the information you give to the board today will be the truth?
I do.
All righty. So with that, I'm going to read your first property into the record. This is BOE, case number BOE 2025-752790, parcel ID 656000401-031. Situs address is 12018 Prospect Avenue, Kansas City, Hickman Mills School District. And with that, I will turn it over to assessment.
All right, thank you. The 2025 assessment is currently at $27,770. Attachment 14 is the PRC. The subject is a vacant lot and has 3.19 acres with no ag use. The appellant wants ag use on their two adjacent parcels for both appeals. Both parcels appear to be excess land use and used for recreational purposes from their owner's livestock, which is on the south parcel, the parcel that does have ag use, because it has a fenced area. So again, it's used for recreational purposes from the owner's livestock. This does not qualify for ag use, and the land does not appear to be fenced in to contain the livestock. Ag use was granted for the main parcel that the horses are located on at 65600 042101 00000. This is the parcel directly south from the appealed parcel. Additionally, both of the appellant's appealed parcels have never had ag use on the parcels, so we would not grant them. They were not granted in the past as well. Owner also has not claimed their livestock on their personal property tax forms for this assessment cycle for the ag use to continue on their other parcels as well. So assessment's going to stick to excess land and no ag use granted, and attachment 19 are comparables. 25 assessment at $8,700 per acre for 3-acre lots is considered undervalued compared to the market. My recommendation is a no change at its current value. Thank you.
Okay, is it my turn?
Yes, I'm sorry, ma'am. Go ahead and now's your opportunity to speak directly to the board about the conditions of your property.
Okay, we'll start out with, first of all, recreational use for agricultural animals is a new one for me. This is grazing property. It is fenced around 3 sides, and the fence does continue to the parcel that is a reference that runs east and west, and it is connected to it. These are contiguous parcels. They allow the horses to graze. This land is only appropriate for grazing. And I have maps that I may show you that will prove that within the Missouri statutes, I am using this land correctly. I did notice that you went straight to the property record card. What you didn't do is look at any of the photos that were submitted of the horses grazing on the properties and the hay that was supplied to them when they needed it. If you also would like to look at more maps for proof, I would like to refer you to attachment 18, and it will show from the property viewer, the parcel viewer. The small section is on the right, 12018 Prospect. It does not have road frontage. It goes directly up to the ag property that connects to it on the south end. There is fencing on the complete west side. On the north side, there is not fencing in between the two parcels. However, there's a fence on the west side of the second parcel that connects also and is open to the parcel running east-west, which is agricultural. These are contiguous. They are used as pasture. And no, they weren't originally assessed as agricultural because my father did not realize it could be changed. And he's just been paying taxes on these parcels all this time. So it is now something that I am helping my mother with since my dad passed away in 2022. And we want to get this corrected because this is being operated along with these two parcels connecting to 3 other parcels that are ag used for this entire farm to board and feed horses. Now, also, there is no street frontage to these properties. Along the east side of the small property is a major power line, not suitable for building anything. And on the north side, there is a floodplain. So it's not suitable for building. It's not suitable for residential property. It's, I do have, if you will, look at slide number 3 of this particular presentation. There is a floodplain map. And then if you go down and read after that, there I cite what is state regs for agricultural use, and it is being used for pasture. In the next slide, number 5, 4, and 5, I also have the same information to support that. If you go down to slide number 9, on that presentation, there are the horses on that property. I'm looking from the southwest up toward. I'm looking from the northwest up toward the southeast of that property, looking at those horses grazing, actively grazing. And you can also see there is fence, and then there's another photo from the southern piece of property down to those horses grazing actively. And then on my next slide, you will see the copy of the informal hearing where the young person who did address that horses are, I run horses on this property. Maybe that's where you got the recreational situation about running. But running livestock doesn't mean they're running. It means they are placed and using property to graze upon. So I have a couple of pictures from your property cards on the next parcel, which doesn't show anything but trees. I do have a map, and that is number 13 of 26 photos and number 14. And these are maps that are USDA maps, and we've done an overlay of this property showing the slope and the grading of the soil in support of its value agriculturally. Now, there's let me get up here. There is a summary. Let me get to it again. Of the parcels and what I have found their value to technically and actually be. And the classification should be agricultural. And the valuation on 12018 Prospect, because of this, the slopes and that soil grade, should be $292. And the valuation of, I won't even go to the next one because you're on 12198 right now. But the soil value is shown on slide 14, and it is from the USDA map, and it shows how this soil applies as grade 6, and grade 7, respectively. Now, that's my summary on why it should be classified as ag. It's too bad that my dad didn't do it many years ago, because we have been using it all these years. These horses have been on, not all the same horses, all through the years there have been quite a few different ones. But we've been using this to graze horses, and I'm managing the land properly to prevent erosion And I want to know if you have any questions about my agricultural proof of use.
I do. I also want to make some things clear to the board on these. So my first question is, you own the home site west of these two appealed parcels, correct? And that is a 19-acre lot, is that correct?
It's not a home site? Oh, I see that. Yes, my mother does, and I'm speaking for her. She's Mary
Okay,
Smith.
so that actually does have access from the south parcel with the horses and livestock on it. That is why that parcel of 19 acres does have full ag use, because it's clear as day that it has access from the fence line all the way from the parcel that does have the actual livestock on it. Now, in regards to your photos with the livestock on it, it appears that the white fence um, is in the photo. That's clear that this is the open area from the parcel that already has ag on it. And then secondly, I don't see any full access to the entire parcel on either parcel, other than the small tree line that you said you can gaze upon. I don't see any sign of fencing down the side of that parcel all the way up to the top of it. I don't see any of that. There's also no full access to the other appealed parcel. There's a very small portion of that land that's accessible for the horses. These are the reasons why these parcels were not granted ag use. And yes, walking and trailing the parcel with your livestock does not count for ag use. You've already been granted the ag use on the south parcel that has the fenced area and it has the outbuilding that holds the livestock for you. And again, I just wanted to point that out to the board. She's already granted ag use on, looks like 19, that's 19 acres. And then this one is actually, it will load 1 second. This one's actually 5 acres. So 19, that's about 25 acres of her land has already been granted ag use for the livestock itself. Secondly, she needs to claim her livestock if she wants to continue to get this ag use on the home site, because right now it's just granted for the south parcel. And like I said, we just need these things to keep up with it for future reassessments so it doesn't get taken off.
Okay, may I have another time to speak, please? There is no dividing fence between these two parcels and the parcel that is ag on the south side. The fence on the side, on the agricultural property on the south side, contains the horses from the south to the north, and the fence on the east side connects to that white vinyl fence and goes all the way down the hill along the property of 12018, all the way down north to the creek. And there is a fence, and you're going to have to accept my testimony on this. I showed fences. I didn't go along each fence and take a picture of each fence, but I fenced this property, and it also goes across east-west, going on the north end of the property, all the way across the second parcel, which is 12022, and then comes back up and is still open to the property south of it, which is ag. It's all contiguous. They are not separated. This is part and parcel of a whole entire farm that is grazing horses. And I just want these two parcels to be consistent with the farm. They're not usable for building. There technically is no road frontage to either of these properties. And there is a floodplain on the north, and the soil grade is rocky and takes management. It does have timber, but that's part of the management. And when it comes to going ahead and putting my horses on personal property, that's not on Mary Smith, that's on Alita Smith. That's me. And there are other horses that do not belong to me that we'll have to find out if they're registered as personal property as well.
And a question for assessment. Could you please tell the board what's the highest and best use for this land?
Are you asking me?
No, that's for assessment.
Okay.
Well, she's already admitted that she uses it to walk up and down it with her livestock. It doesn't seem like much of it can be used for that. If it is used for that, it's directly behind residential properties. It's directly next to residential properties. Highest and best use is probably residential excess land. But again, she's already granted ag use on the other parcels. So if you feel it needs to be with that, that's fine. I think it should be, I think the value should only apply as the percentage rate though, and not the soil grades. Because she's already admitted that she doesn't use it for the livestock other than to walk up and down the property with them, which doesn't qualify for the ag.
Excuse
so
me,
you're
did you
saying this
not
should-
hear me say, did you not hear me
Okay.
say and show pictures of horses actively grazing on this property?
Yeah, I heard you.
That's not walking them, that's grazing them. I'm not holding them and moving them around. They are there on their own with their heads in the grass.
I'm aware. I heard you the first time.
Thank you.
Okay, assessment, sir, you're saying that you should be, from your perspective, you're looking at a non-productivity rate and just using a value.
That's
using
correct.
Okay.
If it were me, I would add the ag use percentage rate, but I would not apply the soil grades.
Okay. And you're using the 12% for the ag use percentage rate.
Yes, sir.
Mr. Chairman,
Whose turn is it?
Okay, we're going to go to Mr. Glover first, and then we're going to come back to you, the taxpayer.
Okay.
I would like to ask, she's saying that the animals are grazing, not just walking. Why does that not qualify for ag?
Well, if you look at the property, how much of the property do you think they can graze? I mean, 75% of the property's got trees on it. I don't even know if they can get back to the back of the parcel.
So you're
That's
saying
kind of
that
that's what we have to consider here. How accessible is the property to them if it's not fenced in for them? That's a big deal. She says it is. I'll take her word for it, which is why I don't mind applying the ag rate. I don't think it's okay to add the soil grades to it because I don't think the property is used fully for that. But again, I don't
Can't be
mind
used for
applying.
anything else.
I don't mind applying the ag rate to stay consistent with her other parcels because they are all adjacent and next to each other. So I think that would be a fair assessment.
I'd ask the taxpayer, do you have, on the timber portion of your property, do you have any timber management or use of that timber?
I don't use the timber. I manage the land because, well, okay, here's how timber works on rocky soil. I went to Texas Tech University and I majored in park administration and agriculture. And when you have timber on a rocky hillside, you don't want to cut very much timber down because the root systems, because they cannot go deep, they go out sideways, and they intertwine amongst themselves, and they help hold trees up. The trees then help stabilize the land. There are areas in the timber that are grassy, and I have a photo of that as well. Let me find it so I can refer to it. But all the timber, the horses can roam freely in there. I have also used goats in there. I don't have them right now, but in the past I've run 2 and 3 goats during a season to help feed them in the timber, because they are perfect foragers and they keep the area clear of buckbrush and annoying brush that is very hard to mow. So being familiar with pasture management and understanding how to maintain timber areas, I'm doing what is best for this land. And since it's only fenced on the perimeters, horses roam freely through it, even through the timber.
Okay, Mr. Glover, did you get the answers to your question before we go to?
I think the what the taxpayer is saying is the timberland is used for the grazing purpose of the livestock, but also that it's necessary to maintain the area that's free of timber grazing because of it keeps the soil from eroding.
Explain timber
Would that be
grazing.
correct?
Explain timber grazing.
I asked the taxpayer, would my statement be correct?
Correct. Yes, it is.
Okay.
And
Okay,
I'm a little confused by your word timber grazing. What does that apply? Like, explain that.
Well, the trees, whether you call them timber or trees, maintain the soil and prevent it from eroding, and that erosion would affect the grazing land or the clear land. But she also testified that within the timber, the animals graze within the timber, and that it provides a function there.
Okay. For the taxpayer, you wanted to make a statement prior to Mr. Glover. And so we're going back. Go right ahead.
It might have been in support of grazing and animals freely moving in the timber. The timber's not. It's not like an area that has no grass at all. There are areas that are grazable and mowable. There are little lanes mowed through it. We just won't take down all those trees because it will destabilize the rest of the land.
Okay. All right. Thank you. Mr. Walsh.
Oh, Mr. Chair, I don't have anything. I'm good with moving on to resolution.
Mr. Chair, hi, this is Mr. Sachs. I joined right at the beginning of this discussion with Ms. Smith. I did have a couple of questions if I could.
Okay, go right ahead, Mr. Sachs.
So, Ms. Smith, thank you. I'm trying to kind of make sure that I'm oriented properly with the this parcel we're looking at right now, and then the one we'll be looking at in just a moment. Okay. And of course, my documents are all over the screen here, so I'm not seeing them all right. Hang on just a second. I just want to make sure. So your mom's home is on Martha Truman, right?
Correct.
Okay, and then that's a fairly, from the overhead views that we've seen, that's a fairly small, I mean, relatively small parcel compared with the ones we're looking at. And it looks as though the floodplain, the creek and the floodplain sort of are right behind they come up to the very edge of the parcel for the home site and go down into the two parcels we're going to be looking at. Is that right?
Mr.
Well,
Sachs,
I don't know if you're looking at the correct house.
you're looking at the wrong house. So the 19-acre lot just left of the appealed parcels is her mom's house. It's a much larger lot than the rest of the lots.
Okay. I'm on the wrong map to show me the parcels.
So
hang on just
the
a second.
home site
Okay, so
address,
I'm looking at I'm at the okay. I'll tell you where I am right now. Both you and Ms. Smith. So the 12018 prospect, I'm looking at the parcel viewer image, and then I can see a house right north of that, which indicates that it's on Martha Truman Road, but that's not your mom's house. Is that right?
That is correct. It's
I've got the
not
wrong
my mom's
orientation.
house. That's
Okay. And then, Nico, I think you were going to tell me which one was her house or which parcel was the homeowner's property, parcel
correct.
where her
So
home is.
the actual home site is 2201 Martha Truman Road. That's right next to the one you're talking about, I think.
Okay.
If you look to the,
So go ahead.
look to the
pond.
east. Look to the east, and then
Yeah.
you'll see a large pond
Yeah,
or
it's got a large
something.
pond.
Yes, I see
So-
the pond. Okay. And the home site is there north of the pond,
Yes, sir.
correct.
closer to Martha Truman. Okay, I got you. All right, I'm squared away a little bit. So, ma'am, the one question I have regarding 12018 prospect is, there's a line down I guess it's the. Oh yeah, the line. I guess down I'm oriented wrong. I guess it must be the west side of that parcel. There's a line. Is that a road or what is that? Or is that just a tree line? It doesn't look like it's assigned to either parcel. That's why I'm wondering about that.
Are you speaking of the line in between that parcel and the other one that's in question?
No, on the other side.
Okay, so
And I
that
can
is
see
on the east
in the parcel viewer, I can see a tree line, but I was just trying to figure out if there's a road or a country road or a lane or something that goes down there.
No, you're looking at a fence line directly connected to the property of the fence line. A little ways over is actually the easement underneath the power lines that looks like a road. And they come mow that.
Okay.
They keep that clear.
I got you. Okay, that's it. That's what I'm saying. Okay. And then, so the parcel we're looking at right now, I'd say, and I'd like to see if there's consensus between the taxpayer and assessment. It looks like it's maybe a little more than half timbered, and then it's pasture land. All right.
Well, I disagree with you there. I think that particular parcel has more pasture than timber. However, the middle section of that whole thing is fairly steep, so it's fairly rocky.
Okay, gotcha. All right, thank you. So I wanted to ask assessment, because we're looking, Mr. Chair, we're looking both at use and valuation, correct?
That's correct. We're looking at classification and evaluation.
Classification and valuation, right. Okay, so I wanted to ask assessment. The taxpayer references this Token versus Overschmidt case, which states that if you have a vast tract of wooded acreage contiguous to open tracts of land devoted for agricultural use, the timber acreage should be valued as graded agricultural land and will not be classified as either vacant land. No, wait a minute. Yeah, as either vacant land or unused agricultural land. So how does the assessment respond to that case, given that it seems as though what we're looking at with this parcel is pasture land and wooded land on the same parcel? But
Yeah,
but what the
so
state tax commission told us was we need to value that all as agricultural use, ag grade land, agricultural graded land.
right. So I've already mentioned this. So if it was me, I don't mind giving them the ag rate, at least on the land portion. That's because it's all connected. She says it's fenced. It probably is walked on by the livestock. So I have no issue with that. I just don't think it has a production use. So I don't feel I would advise against adding these soil grades because the soil grades have already been added to the actual site where the livestock are located, and they've actually already been added to the home site. So that would be my suggestion. That's just kind of how I would handle it normally.
Okay, and so then are you able to, as assessment, are you able to divide the classification or divide the valuation on one parcel, so one part is valued at one rate and one part is valued at a different rate?
I would just give the whole parcel the rate.
Okay.
So the whole parcel would get the
And I mean,
land.
and that would be your department's policy when you
Yeah,
look
normally,
at
yes.
parcels. Okay.
Yeah, we tend to add production soil grades when there's actual production use. If there's not any clear, we tend to just, if it had ag in the previous assessments, we just add the ag rate instead of the soil grades.
Okay.
May I speak?
Okay. Thanks. Yeah, I was actually, thank you. I appreciate that. And thank you. I was going to ask you, Ms. Smith, if you had anything you wanted to add to that.
Well, the reason why it hasn't been done before is because it wasn't addressed by my father before. I'm trying to correct this now. This has been used for well over 30 years for grazing. And it is fenced. It is not walked land. It is grazed land. It should be graded correctly. Also, the slope is in a little different situation than the land that is south of it. So the grade should be far different than the one that is agricultural and listed south of it. So it's not being looked at in a fair light. It needs to be correct, and it needs to be looked at as ag property and graded as such. I've given you plenty of proof. I've given you plenty of maps, USDA maps to look at to see how it's graded, and how you can keep going back to walking land. I don't understand that. It's not a park, it's a pasture. And there are horses with their heads down in the grass. And in other times, I've had goats in there as well, but I didn't have them as of 2025, so I didn't put that down.
Right.
So please
Right, I
understand,
copy that.
this
Yes.
has been used this way as for well over 30 years. It just wasn't classified correctly. Now it's time to fix that.
I understand. Okay. Thank you. I appreciate that. Mr. Chair, I'm looking forward to the discussion. Thank you.
Okay, for the taxpayer, in a moment, you're going to hear the board members discussing your property out loud. It's just going to be board members talking to board members. And once we start, we're not looking for any additional input from anyone outside of the board. But before we start discussing, is there anything else that you would like for the board to know?
I want you to know that I am testifying honestly and truthfully, and I just want everyone to do the right thing.
And just for the board's clarification, you're looking for the entire property to be considered ag, similar to what your mother's home is on, correct?
Not quite similar. It needs to be graded a little differently because the slope is different.
Okay, currently, do you know currently whether or not your mother's property has any soil grades on it?
I don't, and that's also one that was supposed to be looked at. I have an appeal on it, but it didn't get hooked onto these.
Mr. Chair,
Yes, Mr. Franklin.
I'm trying to figure that out right now. So I'm actually just outlining the property on the Stoll Grade Map website, and I can tell you that here in a second.
Okay. For the taxpayer, after assessment comes back with their, I guess we'll let you rebut whatever assessment says, then the board is going to go into deliberation, and we're not going to have any opening for anyone outside of the board. So.
Okay.
Okay, so 0.6 acres of it is soil grade 5. Then and then the rest would be soil grade, it looks like. Yeah, so the rest would be soil grade 7.
And which property are you speaking of?
The one we're talking about. I can upload the map, but I don't think the board likes when we do that. So we're in the middle of the meeting, but I can share my screen if you want to look at it that way.
So my map shows 6 and 7, not 5 and 7.
Well, 5 is giving you a better rate.
So if the board wants to look at my shared screen, that's the outline I used. And on the left are how we determine the soil grades. It shows the slope and the percentage. It also shows if there's flooding. That'll tell me a little bit what the soil grade is based on our flow chart that we have. And that's how I determine it.
And does a taxpayer have access to see what you're showing the board?
If they have access to a computer, they will. But
for the taxpayer, are you on?
Go ahead. Sorry.
For the taxpayer, are you on a computer right now?
I'm on a tablet. It's a little hard for me to navigate.
Okay. And I'm thinking assessment, the taxpayer presented quite a bit of information, looked like it was pretty detailed, and it probably encompassed a lot of what you're having here, because it sounds like she had the topography identified in that for her property. So it should be similar to what you're coming up with. Okay,
go ahead. Sorry.
No, go ahead. Go ahead, Mr. Franklin.
I was just going to say, yeah, so the soil grade 5 is the north part of the parcel, sorry. And that's why it has a better grade, because it looks like it's got a little trail there.
Okay, and that's probably where the grazing will take place. It would be a lot easier to graze, I guess. All right. For the taxpayer, is there anything else before the board start deliberating?
Just keep in mind that this entire property is grazed, not just a little trail. So just understand that a pasture encompasses a lot of different grades and trees and grasses and soils, and horses travel on all of it. Some has lush grass, some has sparse grass, but it's grass.
Okay. All right. Thank you for that. Okay. We're going to start deliberating now, so we're not looking for any additional input from anyone outside of the board. Okay, Mr. Walsh, you've been wanting to deliberate for a while. I'll let you open it up.
I'm sorry. I'm talking to him. I'm on mute, Mr. Chair. I believe that certainly the taxpayer has demonstrated through her testimony and certainly through her homework that this property, it should be classified as agricultural as a whole. That the trees and the timber the whole parcel is inextricably bound to those trees. And so I'm in favor of granting her full ag use.
And when you say full ag use, are you using productivity rates or soil grades? Or are you using no productivity?
Well, I believe that she's demonstrated productivity. She's got photos. Clearly, the horses are grazing. She's testified that that she has from time to time goats, and that they utilize the entire parcel. And so I'm for giving her the soil rates that Mr. Um,
That assessment.
assessment has alluded to.
Okay. All right. Thank you. Okay, Mr. Sachs.
Yeah, I think I would concur with Mr. Walls on both fronts. So I'm with him on the changing of the designation as well as the method evaluation.
Would you like me
Okay,
to
Mr.
implement the grades to figure out the value?
Mr. Chairman,
Okay, for assessment, wait 1 second. We're going to come right back to Mr. Franklin. Okay, Mr. Glover.
I'm in agreement, and I think reading the cases as well as hearing the testimony confirms it.
Okay. Okay, thank you, Mr. Glover. I'm in agreement. I think the one issue that I think assessment had alluded to earlier is that the documentation to maintain her ag is not, they haven't supplied that. So in the future, we may be back here again if the documentation is not given to assessment. Okay, so assessment, if you could go ahead and break it down.
Yeah, I'm gonna do that right now. Just give me a moment.
Okay.
All right, so the total value is going to be $281.
And assessment using the method that you use, are we going to be able to just carry it over to the next parcel?
Yeah, so I'll just go ahead and I'll have to outline that and figure out the soil grades. So just give me a moment.
Okay. All right. Thank you.
Okay, so the same thing for the last one. 1.1 acres is going to be soil grade 5, and then the rest will be soil grade 7.
Okay, so we'll be able to put a pin in that for now, and we'll come back to it. And so assessment, just to make sure that I state this right. We're giving the ag rates to this particular parcel with a value of $281 for the parcel, for the land.
That's correct.
Okay. All right, for the board members, we're going to take a vote for this parcel to give it a classification of ag with a value of $281. All in favor? Aye.
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 Thank you. I have those votes recorded. Ms. Smith's next appeal is item 16 on today's docket. It is appeal number 2025-752-777, parcel identification 656-000-40201, physical address 12022 Prospect Avenue, Kansas City, Missouri, Hickman Mills School District. Assessment?
Still adding in the grades. Just give me a second. Okay, so the ag value for this would be $593.
Okay, thank you, assessment. So this is where we give the taxpayer an opportunity to present her information, or unless you're in agreement with assessment.
I'm in agreement with assessment. I think we've covered it.
Okay, thank you. We have an agreement between the taxpayer and assessment for this parcel in the amount of $593 with giving this parcel also an ag classification. All in favor? Aye.
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 Thank you. I have those votes recorded. Ms. Smith, the decision of the board today on your two appeals. On your first appeal, the new assessed value will be $281. On your second appeal, the new assessed value will be $593. You will receive those decisions in the mail from the board's office in the next couple of weeks. They have also changed the classification on both properties back to agricultural. If you have already paid your taxes based upon the higher assessed value, you are entitled to a refund from the Jackson County Collections Department. We have been advised that the refunds will start processing in February of this year, and that does conclude both of your appeals today, ma'am.
Okay, before the taxpayer
Thank you
goes,
very much.
just wanted to say thank you for your presentation and the in-depth information you provided, that you did your family well. I know you said your father never did this in the past, and I thought you did a good job. And I want to thank assessment for listening and working with the taxpayer.
I really appreciate that. Thank you so very much.
Okay. Thank you. Have a nice day.
And you as well. Okay.
Mr. Chair, I apologize for jumping in late, right? I guess right at the beginning of Ms. item. Did the earlier items on the 10:30 docket, were those no answers, or what was the dispensation on those earlier items?
Okay. Let's see if we can go back to them and see where we're at. It looked like you started at number 12.
For the city of Kansas City starts at 12, correct?
Yeah. Number 12 was 311,650.
Oh, so we did hear it. You guys heard it. I guess you were ahead in the schedule. Okay.
Okay, that one there. Yeah, but the taxpayer did get online, and there was a step value in the file that we ended up using.
Okay.
Number 13 looked like it was $175,000 step already.
Got it. Okay.
And number 14. Okay, looks like, what did we do for number 14? I don't have anything for number 14 yet.
Okay. Thank you.
Number 14 was a no answer.
Oh, got it. Okay, thanks.
And I think they're going to call number 14 back.
Yes, we are.
And we just done 15 and 16. So I think you're caught up now.
I believe I am. Thanks.
Number 18 wanted to reschedule. I don't know if they've gotten a hold of that person yet.
I have line 14 on the call, Mr. Stafford.
Hello.
Hello, Mr. Stafford. Are you ready to, proceed with your appeal today?
Yes, I am.
All righty. I will run you through how we're going to proceed, and then we'll get going. So I'm going to read some information about your parcel into the record. I'm sorry?
To whom am I speaking, by the way?
My name's Anthony Mitz. I'm the Deputy Director for the Board of Equalization. The board's also online, as well as the city and school reps for your property.
Very good. Thank you.
All right. So I will read your information for your parcel into the record, and then after that, I will swear you in, and I will turn it over to assessment. They will give a presentation on how they arrived at the value of your property. Please allow them to get through their presentation, and you'll have the opportunity to ask questions or clarify any information that they go over in their presentation after that. After they are done, I will turn it over to you to speak to the board directly about any information that you feel might affect the value of your property. So with that, I will read your property into the record. We are on line 14 of today's docket, case number BOE 2025-754418, parcel ID 652-10151. Situs address 902 East 110th Terrace, City of Kansas City. Can someone remind me, what is CT for school district?
Center.
Drawing a blank.
Center.
Got it. Center School District. Perfect. And Mr. Stafford, are you going to be the only one testifying on behalf of the property today?
Yes.
Okay. And do you swear or affirm that the information you provide to the board today will be the truth?
Yes.
Very good. All right. With that, I will turn it over to assessment to give their presentation.
Okay, thank you. This is new construction, and it is a new parcel, so there was not a 22 or 2023 value. Attachment 7 is the subject's recent COV. The 2025 assessment is currently at $465,590. It did sell, and it sold in 2023 for $462,692. This is new construction. Attachment 4 is the PRC, and attachment 5 are the system comparables. System comps support the subject's recent sale price and the COV amount. So my recommendation is a reduction to $462,000. Thank you.
All righty, sir. Now's your opportunity. If you dispute that value that the dispute that value that assessment is giving, then it's your opportunity to present to the board any information you'd like them to know.
Sure, I'd be happy to do that. As I presented in the informal hearing, the information that I provided had to do with 4 additional properties in our development. This is a 50-unit townhome development called Redbridge Greens. The 38 newest townhomes were all constructed in the last 3 or 4 years, from 2020 to 2023. My home was constructed in 2023 and purchased then. The 4 properties that are across the driveway from my unit in the next quad are identified in the appeal that I made. Those properties are listed by both parcel number and address on that appeal. And what I had to say about those items is that the 2025 assessment on those properties, which were identical and are identical to our townhome, is a value of $292,440. 2 of those properties are included in the comparable sales record that was a part of the attachments sent to me when I received notice on July 21st of my July 31 informal hearing. I believe the comparable sales data is identified as attachment number 4. The properties that are shown as comparison number 3 and comparison number 4, the addresses being 824 East 110th Terrace and 822 East 110th Terrace, are 2 of those 4 properties that I've listed that had assessed value of $292,440 for the same property. When I visited this development in 2023, I toured all of those properties that I've identified as neighboring properties that are identical to ours, and they are in fact identical properties. And there's no justification for the differentiation between those 2025 assessments on those 4 properties that I've identified and our own. One of the other things that was included in the attachments to that July 21st last year email I received about the informal hearing was attachment 0, which was apparently a document created on May 17th of 2024, which was an assessment notice. We have been the owners of record since September of 2023. That notice was sent to Lambie Grand LLC, which was the builder of the last 38 units in this development. I never received that notice of assessment for 2024. And did not even receive the bill addressed to me. I had to go hunt the bill down online to find that the bill was also for the 2024 property tax bill, also addressed to and sent apparently to Lambie Grand and their address in Columbus, Georgia. I also found about 6 other properties in our development that were similarly not billed for their taxes for 2024. But rather the builder was sent those bills, unbeknownst to the owners of the property. So that's part of how that's happened, and that's why my 2024 assessment was also challenged and is before the State Tax Commission. But that's the essential item I have for the board to consider is the unequal treatment of my townhome property versus 4 identical units that were all built and occupied within months of one another. That's pretty much the extent of the objection I have to the assessed value I received for 2025. And if there are any questions that you have about that, I'd be happy to answer them.
I do have a question about the characteristics of the home. I just want to make sure we're correct on our end. So do you have 3 full bathroom or 3 bed? I can't talk. 3 bedrooms. Is that correct?
It's a 3-bedroom, 3-bath house, including the lower level of the property, which includes one of the bedrooms and one of the baths.
Okay, and thank you for that. And I just want to point out some very obvious analysis based on your testimony. So you said the most comparable was comp 3 and 4, and ours, correct?
Comp 3 and 4 are 2 of the units that are exactly like mine, and were 2 of the 4 that I identified.
Right,
We're in a
right.
quad unit, and the
Right,
quad
no.
unit immediately to our west includes those 4 that I identified.
Correct, I understand that. So I'm looking at those sales right now.
Right?
One of those sales sold for $466,000. The other one sold for $461,000. Yours sold for $462,000. Now, knowing those sale prices, if their assessments are at 292 and you're at 465, which assessments would you think is more accurate?
Well, what I'm saying is our assessment is unequal to those assessments that are current assessments against those properties. Those properties also are incorrectly listed as 2-bedroom, 2-bath units. They're also all 3-bedroom, 3-bath units.
Right. So the point that I'm trying to make to you is that knowing all that information, it's clear that those 2 properties are undervalued on the assessment and they should be increased. That is why it's not advisable for taxpayers to compare their assessments and only use market data. That's the only point I wanted to make.
Well, I understand what you're saying about the purchase prices of the property. The point of the assessments they are to be as equalized as possible for comparable properties. That's clearly not the case. And that is an issue for the county to address about how to properly assess and tax properties within its jurisdiction. But it is the height of inequality to have one property assessed at 292 and another at 465,000 when they're identical properties.
I agree. And I
how
think
to
those
adjust
2
that over
properties
time is
should be
another.
increased.
Mr.
I'm
Chairman,
sorry,
can
say
I,
that again.
I was just making my point again. I agree that your assessments should be equal and those 2 properties are undervalued. They should come up to your value.
Mr.
Well,
Chairman,
until those properties are increased to mine, it seems to me that the valuation on the properties should be similar rather than 60% different, which is exactly where they're at right now.
Okay, Mr. Glover.
yes, I think we need to move on, and maybe legal counsel can help us, but I believe state law, the statute, provides that even conversation like this of other properties' assessed value is inappropriate and contrary to the statute. And we're getting into, I think the taxpayer needs to know there's a reason state law provides for us not to discuss or use or consider other assessed valuations. We're supposed to look at the value, the true value of the property, and use the 15% rule when it applies, but it doesn't apply here. I think the recent sale and I think 462,000 is something appropriate for us to consider, but we shouldn't consider the assessed value of any other properties, even to prove a point to the taxpayer. We just need to say state law prohibits us from doing that.
Is this Jim Glover speaking?
Yes.
Okay. Well, I appreciate your comments and I understand the issue about fair valuation, what's to be considered, evidence of those issues. What I have to say about this is that I think you must be concerned as a board for such unequal assessments of property, regardless of the issue of how these appeals are to be considered and what fair values to be considered. I understand how the assessment office has addressed comparable properties here, but they certainly didn't do that for the purposes of making the assessments to begin with on these other properties. So it's particularly with a limitation of 15% a year on increases in assessment for property, which is what the state law may indicate that the assessment office is allowed to increase property values. It's going to take a long time for me to come somewhere close to paying the kind of tax that my neighbors do for their property. But I appreciate your comments, Mr. Glover.
We're just trying to follow, well, we have no choice but to follow state law.
Okay,
Mr. Chair, I agree. Oh, go ahead.
Okay, for the taxpayer, as you probably are aware now that the board cannot look at assessed values of other properties, but you did mention that you had some sales which are in your same subdivision and neighborhood. And looking at those sales, that's what we can look at. Would you be in agreement with those, that the comparable sales are good comps for your property?
Well, it depends on what comparable sales you're talking about. If you're talking about the ones that were listed by the assessment office on that exhibit or attachment number 4, those appear to be for properties in my neighborhood. I don't have knowledge of those actual sale prices. I am familiar with some additional sales, resales of property in the development, and that they have run from $330,000 to about $400,000 for the 3 or 4 most recent sales that I'm familiar with from speaking with realtors about it. So I don't think those are consistent with the kind of assessed value that is being suggested here. But that's up for your comments about what you consider to be indication of fair market value for the property.
And the sales that you're calling recent sales, were they within the assessment period or are they outside of the assessment period?
One would have been in 2024. The others were 2024 and perhaps 2025, but they've been within the last year and a half, I know.
If you have the MLS number or the address for the one that's in 2024 that you think is a comparable sale, that would be good information.
Okay, I do have addresses and MLS numbers if you'd like them.
For the 2024, not for the 2025 one.
Yeah, I think these are 2024s as best I can tell, but I can give you those listings. What would you like,
Okay.
street address and MLS for each one?
If you have MLS numbers would be great.
Okay, MLS number I have, the first one is 2499032. The second one is 2506416. The third one is 2539555. I think those are an average of about $381,000, if I'm not mistaken.
Okay, let me just repeat the second MLS and the third MLS. 2506416 and
Correct.
2539555.
Correct.
Okay. All right. Thank you. Okay, I'm going to
Yes,
start
sir.
looking at these MLS. Other board members may have some questions for your assessment, or you may hear silence. If you do hear silence, we're still here. We're just looking at the evidence, so please bear with us.
Certainly.
Mr. Stafford, this is Alex Sachs. I'm the city of Kansas City's representative. I have a question with the three MLS listings that you provided. Can you tell me which one? I need to make sure that any of them that are sold were before January 1 of 2025. Are all of those before January 1, 2025?
I don't
Because
have the
that would be
exact
the
dates on
assessment
those.
period. Okay.
I don't have the exact dates on those, but I believe they are.
Okay. All righty. I'm probably going to have more trouble finding those address or those MLSs, but I'm going to give it a shot. Thank you.
Thank you.
Whoever is whispering, we can hear a whisper. I can't hear what they're saying, but I'm hearing whisper.
I'm sorry. I was just whispering to my wife. I apologize.
Question for assessment. Have you had an opportunity to look at the 2 out of the 3 MLSs?
Do you have the MLS numbers?
Yes.
Okay, one second. All right, what are they?
Okay, well, you know what? I'll give them to you, but then after looking at something, I don't think they're comparable. 249-9032,
Okay.
250-6416,
Okay, is that it?
253-9555. We'll give you a minute to look at those right quick.
Well, 2 of them are like 20 years older. And the third one sold around closer to what the current assessment is. So,
Okay. All right, thank you. And that's pretty much the conclusion I came up with on those MLSs.
What conclusion was that?
2 of the properties are older than the subject, and 1 was outside of the assessment period.
Oh, okay.
For the taxpayer, do you recognize that the comparables that you gave us would not be valid comparables based on the age and the date that the one was sold?
Well, I did not have the date of the sale for the third property you indicated was outside the assessment period. The two other properties, I knew they were two of the original 18 units here, so they are older properties, but they are relatively comparable properties in terms of the size, square footage. Matter of fact, they might be slightly more square footage than the 38 newer townhomes that were built in the development. But I wouldn't say that simply because of their age, they're not the least bit comparable to existing property.
Yeah, okay, and maybe the word was not comparable. Maybe there's the newer sales or better comps than the older sales for appraising purposes.
You say the newer sales may be more closely connected with the assessment. I mean, you were coming on the purchase dates for the 5 comparisons that were listed by the assessment office. Those are all prior to these resale properties, if I'm not mistaken, because those first two I think you've indicated those were in the assessment period of 2024, correct?
That's correct. So I'll just correct you on that. Age absolutely is a huge factor in determining value. There is a depreciation value contributed to those properties, which is why they're selling substantially less than what the newer homes are selling for. So even with
I'm
that
not saying a
said,
20-year-old property is the same value
Right,
as something that's a new property. I get that. I understand that. I'm not disputing that. I'm just saying they may be closer to the value than you might suggest with them being 20 years in age.
Okay, for the board members, does anyone else have any questions for the taxpayer or assessment?
I don't, Mr. Chair.
And for the taxpayer, is there anything else that you haven't already told the board about your property that you would like for the board to know that could affect the value of your property?
No, I think I've identified that as best I can. And again, I realize some of this is an issue as far as what the board may consider evidence for reassessment purposes, particularly with the issue about whether or not the assessed values of same or similar property can be taken into account or not for your purposes. But that's obviously part of the issue I presented to you.
Okay, and thank you for that information. Okay, in a moment, you're going to hear the board members discussing your property out loud. It's just going to be board members talking to board members. And once we start, we're not looking for any additional help from anyone outside of the board. So if you could please bear with us while we discuss your property.
Certainly.
To the board members, does anyone have a value they'd like to put on the table for discussion?
You have a value on this one, Mr. Chair.
Oh, I think Mr. Glover was trying to say something
Oh, I'm
first.
sorry. Go ahead, Mr. Glover.
I'd go with the 462,000. The assessor came down to.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Glover. And I'm going to be with the reduced value down to 462,000.
I'll agree with that value.
Mr. Sachs.
Yeah, Mr. Chair, I can agree with that value as well. I do think that the taxpayer has identified, at least if the information that he's provided us is correct, I do think that the taxpayer has provided real or given real questions in terms of equalization of assessment. But as Mr. Glover mentioned, we can't, that's not within our purview to opine upon. So I would concur with the 462 as well.
Okay, thank you. We have a reduced value down to $462,000 for this parcel. All in favor? Aye.
Aye.
Thank you. I have those votes recorded. Sir, the decision of the board today is to set a new value on this property in the amount of $462,000. Mr. Chair, there is a discrimination request on this appeal as well.
Okay, for the taxpayer, when you filed your appeal, you checked the box discrimination. Yeah. Did you provide any documentation to support your discrimination filing? And also,
Well,
go ahead.
I'm sorry, go ahead.
I was just going to say a lot of taxpayers have checked that box in error, so you wouldn't be the first person if it was a box checked in error.
Yeah, I'm not making a claim of discrimination based on race or gender or any other issue. It was more a matter of discrimination in terms of the valuation process and the differentiation, as I've mentioned, between the assessed value on identical property versus our own. That's what that was really about.
Okay, thank you for that. And for today's hearing, and for today's hearing on this docket, we're going to take a vote to deny your discrimination appeal due to lack of documentation to support it for today's hearing. All in favor of denial? Aye.
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 Thank you. I have those votes recorded as well. Sir, the board today has further denied any discrimination request on this property. You will receive these written decisions in the mail within the next couple of weeks from our office. If you have already paid your 2025 taxes based upon the higher assessed value, you are entitled to a refund. We have been advised that the Jackson County Collections Department will start issuing refunds this month. And that does conclude your hearing today, sir.
All right, thank you. I appreciate the opportunity to be heard.
Okay, thank you and have a good day. Mr. Chair, what did we do on 18 and 20? Or we may not have done
We haven't
anything.
called 20 yet.
Okay.
18 is the reschedule,
Okay.
and 14 has called back.
Okay, we just took care of number 14.
Yeah, we just did 14.
I was going to say the same.
I'm sorry. Yeah,
It's
you're
okay.
right.
All right. And then when I went to do my hearing on number 12, I know the amount we ended up was $311,650. What did we do with classification and discrimination?
We would have voted to deny.
Okay, I just want to make sure that my docket is correct. Thank you.
Which number was that?
Number 12.
Oh, yeah, they withdrew them.
Okay.
Should we call 20 or wait till we come back from lunch?
It is 12 o'clock.
Mm-hmm.
Do you know if it's going to be an ag problem? No, we'll wait till we come back from lunch.
Okay.
Okay, thank you.
So 1 o'clock?
1 o'clock.
Okay.
So, Mr. Chair, at 1 o'clock, we're going to pick back up on the 10:30 docket.
At 1 o'clock, I think we're not going to pick up on the entire docket. It may have been that they were going to call number 20 or tell them that they were going to call them. That's what I'm thinking. I'm not sure.
Okay. Okay.
And
I'll
17
call
or
back.
19, 17 and 19 are voicemails. We'll do at 1 o'clock also.
So we'll do
Okay,
the
I
same.
talked to line 20. I had him on the phone, but I did tell him he'll be the first one at 1 o'clock. That's
Okay.
Okay,
line 20.
that'll be great.
Okay,
Perfect.
sounds great. Thank you.